Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times. But all right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
But no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info. on you. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be...
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face...
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way,
I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour... And here's a broken vase!
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish.
Let's...
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right! And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Hmm? What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for...
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something. However, we can. The magician twins could.
Exactly! Why would they...
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her Perhaps the criminal thought that since you.
Paimon thinks that makes...
True, but the only people left to consider.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are.
What? 5?
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No! Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she... Wait! Even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too loose. Set up the stove again, if you will.
Huh? What?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons of...
Exactly.
As you wish, Demo...
And I have the egg sugar.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
All right, it's time to put our head...
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be Besides, I doubt Farina understands anymore.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up. And that was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their... But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most...
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation.
And you didn't hear anything else at all?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that...
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud.
I was right by the box, and I definitely...
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the
House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably was...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do...
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter...
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my...
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to...
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorney.
Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after... In that case, my dear audience...
Well, this is awkward. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paimon doesn't know. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you not to set the wrong tone or...
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be but our organization is very, very large, and the heart...
Right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that I knew if it weren't for our respective identity, that's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything... Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if you met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by but still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no...
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's...
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver... During our investigations, we learned that the machine... From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick.
Is that why you needed a whole...
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnels.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, which should have been impossible, of course, that voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution, and on the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown... After that, the homicide occurred just...
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the...
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we...
That's the only way we can save...
So, there you have it. It was never my wish to but like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a...
The current problem is that the scales are tipped if we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna... Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her...
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. Countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud... He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled. And there you have it.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw. According to Linney, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He Seems this... Seems... Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth. Seems this... Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only...
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the... Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for... Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's in...
In other words, you believe...
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered... Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing...
Oh, that...
That's right, you tell him! And that's... Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time... You're saying that he wasn't?
Sure we don't need to give this more thought. That's right! Lenny, what this means that when the crime happened, Lenny, the same clue you used to disprove his alibi, has now become the best
To think you'd use such Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Could there have been a third person in... Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Could there have been a third Halsey is the missing person. The deceased's name is Could there have been a third The deceased's name is Halsey is the missing person and The deceased's name is
That can't be right.
Oh, is that...
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The deceased's name is Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, the sound we heard may have come from a clash. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between Halsey's clothing. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The sound we heard may have... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she... Linny was not in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between... No one entered or left the opera... The sound we heard may have... No one entered or left the... The deceased's name is Cowell. No one entered or left the... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the... It would have been tough for both people to... No one entered or left the... It would have been tough for both people... The deceased's name is Cap. No one entered or left.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble?
I see how...
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the...
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have... The deceased's name is Cap... The vase was not broken.
Paimon gets it! Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a...
Just a moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality. Must we really? Magic tricks...
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of... Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention, but given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at it.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personally...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are...
the primordial seed.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword, one of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving...
Could something so ridiculous...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just...
Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the item. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence.
Of course, if we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be...
Right! Like the metal hook! Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water...
was in the magic box on... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? The deceased's name is Cal. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of trick. The water from the primordial sea. I remember there was something else within the inner layer. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was something else. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The rope that strung the water tank... The water from the primordials...
It's Ace Detective Paimon's turn! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use.
Huh. That actually links together a lot of the more...
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think...
Now, it seems like the only point of contention... His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to...
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new... I shall now invite him on stage.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Does this not clear, my dear citizens, my loyal... Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the... Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the prop... But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny does... Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linney?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end?
Oh no!
See, I believe this is indeed... Now then, my good, excuse me,
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone show you an amazing trick? One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. What in the...
No offense, miss, but miracles like that...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most... Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Pat, as the magic makers and stars of the show...
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of... I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid... I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then, before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you.
Where should I begin? Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. And I'm original. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy it. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty...
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in... I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the... The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt... The flower vase... Lillian was...
And it's Ace! Having been selected out, her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel, and hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force Lillian back into the... The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking... With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid... that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the...
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped...
At this point, all the events...
So...
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before...
What are you... No, I have no further...
Wow, look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowl, he also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to... When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the... If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes. As for Linny, he was in the... From this reconstruction of events... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories to make the... As such, Linny and Lynette are a...
Great work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an How did you find the water from the primordials?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was...
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny. I'm sure you know what you must do to let...
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a...
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has... Therefore, you would be wise to tell
Yes, our boss discovered that the water can cause... It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely... We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean...
And now he can no longer...
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? that's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left to survive. I took my sister through several... To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility?
That was how we felt, but I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one I waited a long... The answer he gave me...
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, I managed to fare... All I saw was...
So...
That's right. Father, the House of the Hearth... I was hesitant, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing...
It's all right. I just hope you can... If you should need anything at all in the future...
Bye, Linny!
I created another universe and founded paradise, for I, fish...
Benny's Adventure Team, assemble!
I created another... I charge a higher rate to meet outside the office. Inadmissible evidence!
Disappear! Here! Worthless!
Nice.
Wrap up the flame! Motion to compel!
Boring! Lament! Here! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
Go.
Boom boom! Time for your arraignment!
Evil conquering! Here! Worthless! Worthless! Here!
Life goes on.
Demons do not stop for the ring. Move. Many mortals fear lightning. Incomprehensible. Fear of something so common.
there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, and given that there's...
I see. Well, sorry.
Don't say that now.
And we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait,
Huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist my...
Oh, wonderful.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
We
compel! Wings of darkness! Come, stubborn...
Lament! Tear! Tear! Worthless! Tear! Tear!
Sacred name, fortune preserver. Faster. Life goes on.
Boom boom! Breath of the flame! By royal decree!
Evil conquering! Tear! The day has finally come!
Incinerate!
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Oh, opening box of Adepti-Trix.
Boring!
Boom boom! Inadmissible evidence!
Boring!
Incinerate!
Boring!
Faster.
Motion to compel!
Guys.
Incinerate! Oz, reveal thyself!
Lament! Worthless! Worthless! Good.
Life goes on. Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Breath of the flame! By root...
remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
I hope the weather's nice like this tomorrow as well.
Welcome to Ballet Mermoni.
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right. The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just—
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary objective, I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll—
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll—
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of—
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to—
Could you suggest something a little more practical?
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand— I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy— valid point. I overlooked that part. All right. No, you did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of her—
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does— Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? If we're all finished eating, then I'll...
Yeah, we're... Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're...
Hey, Navia! What?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cup.
Let's get ready to try to...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, in any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Exactly! But none of them believed me. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Ad Astra. Ad Astra. Ad Astra.
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me. Why would anyone want... Forget it. It's not my concern.
Wheel of Life. Opening box of Adepti-Trix.
Evil conquering! Here!
Motion to compel! Rise.
By royal incinerate!
Motion to compel!
Wrap up the flame!
Boom boom!
Faster? Okay, faster. Oz, reveal dice! Incinerate! Wheel of Life.
Boom boom!
Inadmissible evidence! Sacred name, Fortune Preserver.
Useless.
Life goes on.
Huh? 啊，啊，啊，嗯。
Hmm.
There's quality here. Those memories. So dark. There's quality here.
Wheel of life.
Disappear! Here!
Life goes on. Treasure chests. Do we like treasure chests?
Oz, reveal thyself!
Rise.
Evil conquering! Worthless! 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 Here! There's quality here.
Life goes on.
Disappear! Here! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
Why would anyone want... Forget it. It's not my concern.
Useless!
By royal decree!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Breath of the flame!
Rise.
Boring! Evil conquering! Here! Here!
Life goes on. Orders given. Orders received.
Useless! Disappear! Worthless! Here! Here! Worthless! Worthless! Useless!
Oz, reveal thyself!
If it's useful, I'll take it.
Lament! Worthless! Here! Here!
By royal time for your reign! Wheel of Life. Master, sacred name, fortune preserver. Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
Motion to compel! Disappear! Worthless! Here! Useless! Go. followed by boom boom! Chia! 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 Breath of the flame!
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me. Evil conquering! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Foreign! Why would anyone want... Forget it. It's not my concern. Those memories. So dark. The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
By royal decree! Oz, reveal thyself! By royal decree! Oz, reveal thyself!
Opening box of Adepti tricks.
Nightfall! I summon thee!
Motion to compel! Wheel of life.
Disappear! Worthless!
Ooh, pretty. Life goes up well.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Useless! Get out of my way! Lament! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
sacred name, Fortune Preserver. Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. Faster? Okay, faster.
Disappear! Worthless! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here!
Kaboom! Inadmissible evidence! By royal decree! Life goes on.
Useless!
Motion to compel!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
If it's useful, I'll take it.
No rest for the wicked.
Boom boom! Ha!
Wheel of life.
By royal decree! Incinerate! Ha! Motion to compel! Time for your arraignment! Odd
Life goes on.
boring! Midnight Phantasmagoria! By royal decree! Inadmissible evidence!
Go. Opening box of Adeptitrix.
Evil conquering! Worthless! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
Boom boom!
Life goes on.
Motion to compel! Oz, reveal thyself! Incinerate!
Boring! Useless!
Wrap up a flame!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Lament! Here! Here! Worthless! Here! Boring!
Orders given. Orders received.
Fast motion to compel! By royal decree!
Wheel of life.
Disappear! Here! Here! Worthless! Worthless! Here! Useless!
Boom boom! Time for your arraignment!
Get out of my...
Go.
Evil conquering! Here!
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt...